p.m. I apologize for the delay. If everyone will rise for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among the nations. Thank you. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Here.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
Here.
Mr. Hudemil?
Here.
Mr. Ortiz?
He's trying.
Mrs. Lee?
Present. We do indeed have a quorum this evening. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? If so, what? All right. Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation, sir?
Madam President, I recommend that we approve the agenda for this meeting.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve the agenda as presented. Is there need for discussion, board members?
No.
All right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Archambault?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Hudemil?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
I don't see any.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, motion carries. Adoption of minutes for January 21st, 2025. Board members, are there any amendments to the minutes? If so, what? All right, Superintendent Widener, is there a recommendation, sir?
I recommend that we approve the minutes from the previous meeting.
Thank you. Board members, is there a motion to approve the minutes for January 21st, 2025 as presented?
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes of January 21st, 2025 as presented.
And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to approve the minutes from January 21, 2025 as presented. Is there any discussion, board members? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Shambo?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Hudemil?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Mrs. Sandoval, are there any citizens to address the board this evening?
No, ma'am, there are no citizens.
Thank you. Mr. Widener, I believe it's the good part.
It is.
Recognitions.
This is always my favorite part of the meeting.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna talk for a little bit and then I'm gonna let GHS talk. So 5 years ago, I was working at GHS, and when the pandemic came, we kind of had a hard time getting the word out to our kids. So we started kind of recording our daily announcements and working with Mr. Griner and the tech kids to try to get messages out and to communicate. Mr. Gonzalez was teaching with us, teaching English at the time, and as we went into the 2020-2021 school year, Mr. Gonzalez started teaching career technical education, and he started teaching a full media program. And we started, it has really evolved and taken off. It's one of the most popular programs at Grants High School. We have lots of kids that are broadcasting, recording, writing, and preparing everything that somebody who's trained in media would do. The program it is just a wonderful program, and we're very proud of it. 2 weeks ago, GHS won the NMAA state championship for scholastic publications. And I'll let Mr. Gonzalez talk about that. Ron Gonzalez has been on the faculty at GHS, now on his second term second tenure at GHS. He's a leader in the school. The students love him. They're ready to go into the media workforce. And so, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm gonna let you talk now, talk about your program.
Okay.
We're so proud of you.
So I should first point out that the first story we ever put out there during the COVID time involved Mrs. Elkins. She was a volleyball coach at the time, and my first 4-year student, Isis Arriaga, interviewed her, and they sat far apart and all that, but it's been really, I give all the credit to the kids, honestly, because I think sometimes they probably feel I'm crazy and they've just latched on to the work and they've decided that they wanted to do the work, and they let me teach them what I know, and at this point they're just running with it, and that's, this championship is the fruit of that. But I know there are people sitting in this room that have supported us, and I can't say enough about the current administration, Mrs. Elkins, Mrs. Barajas, Mr. Jaramillo, who they, as the kids would say, they kind of just let us cook, and I always wonder what they think when our kids are roaming the halls, when we have 5 or 6 kids out there in different pockets of the school doing things, but they've been patient, I think, and they've just supported us. And I say us because I don't do the work. The kids do the work. I'm just there to kind of lead them. But anyway, that's enough for me. You guys, anybody want to say anything? Come on up. This is Joel. He is one of our better broadcasters, but opted to try a writing category to kind of help round out our team. So he did that. Logan finished second in the anchor category. So we've had now 2 years in a row, at least a runner-up. Gabby and Miley here were first place in the broadcast news category. Haley Rose, who had never done this before, was second place in the sports writing category. And Keaton Long worked with another student to create the first place sports broadcast video. So, anybody want to say anything?
Hi. So, the competition was obviously incredible. We had a lot of fun. And, we'd like to give a huge thanks to Mr. Gonzalez for running the program. He's done a really good job with it. Yeah, he's done an excellent job with it, right? We're always dedicated. We know projects to work on. And I think even in the short amount of years he's been working on this, it's come in an incredible way, right? Even when I first came in there, right, as Broadcasting 1, we're still figuring some things out, but now we're basically a machine. We can do the news, the actual official things, and the live shows. Overall, it's just really incredible what we're doing in the class. And also thank you to the administrators, Stevie Elkins and all of the board for just the support that they've given to our program. When we came back into town, the police escort and everything, it just felt really special. It was such a nice little detail to come home after something that was already so exciting. And just huge thank yous all around for everything that you guys do for us. And yeah, we just really appreciate you guys being here.
I would like to go up and say thank you, Joel Small, because I was going to be going over everything exactly what you said. I would like to thank our administrating team, Mr. Gonzalez, for forming us, and also the board that has also given us the right to do all of the awesome things that we've been able to do. I would also like to thank each one of our team, as this broadcasting place wouldn't be here without the writers, without the anchors, without the recorders, and without the scrollers. Each one of us is in a hard-working cog machine that is well-oiled and ready to do any more broadcasting.
Again, like they said, thank you guys very much. It was such a wonderful thing to experience. It's like, or maybe like last time we end up winning in Skills USA's third place, but this time in the NMAA we end up winning first place together actually for the news story, broadcast news story. We did a story based off the TikTok ban actually, and I guess it caught a lot of people's eyes in there. So yeah, it was pretty fun overall.
Yeah, again, like thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, because honestly, I think without this program, I would be way more shy. Like I wouldn't be talking in front of everyone right now. So I'm really thankful for this program because it's helped me be more confident in myself.
Come on, guys.
Hey everybody. We really couldn't do this without Mr. Gonzalez because he guides you, but once he knows you got it, he'll let you go off. But he won't do it without training wheels. He won't let you go off unless he knows you can do it, and that always boosts like a great amount of confidence in the students. Like I'm a first-year student, and I'm already doing morning shows, writing scripts, and it's just a lot on him. He puts a lot of confidence in us.
We brought our championship banner. Do we have time for a quick picture?
Yes, please.
Some brought the
How
banners.
about if you guys take a picture right here with.
Okay, sure,
the board?
sure. You wanna take one in?
Members, why don't we stand?
Oh, we have a big old banner, so you guys might want to move up here.
No, I think
People should
Go right across, that'll be great.
Yeah, all right.
Be okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna
There we go.
What about GHS administrators?
We'll take one after.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, Mr. Gonzalez. Keaton needs to go to the back. Yeah, Keaton, you'll still be as tall as the other one.
Right here in the middle.
Just sit on my table right there.
There.
Everybody say Angry Jack Productions, right? Angry Jack Productions.
Okay, admin.
What am I thinking? Mr. Hodmeal's gonna have to kneel too.
You're like that other guy.
We'll find our window. We're good. We learned, we find our window.
Let's get Mr. Jaramillo there.
Good job, guys.
So this is the part where you guys are supposed to get certificates. But I didn't know your categories and stuff, so everybody see Miss Sandoval there? She will work on getting you guys some certificates, okay? Alright, congratulations, we're proud of you.
26.
Did amazing.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, we gotta show this. Oh, yeah. All right, hold on. Hard work.
Oh, that's what it was.
Nice.
Yeah.
Can't believe it,
Good
Yeah,
job,
no.
kiddos.
huh?
Oh wait, here we better. I know certain parent who might really like to get this. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you guys for coming to our board meeting.
Thank you, everybody.
Rod, I said, that's kind of like a CTE program, you know, they might get into the film industry from here on out.
That's right.
Pretty neat.
And really a lot, what Gabby said, I think that's really where the big payoff for a lot of the kids is we do a lot of reading and writing in the class because that's just what journalism is, and so they're learning all those things and the soft skills that we always talk about, and just being able to talk in front of people, and I think it's overall it's been cool to
That's
see these guys
definitely
grow.
a direction in a career.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Right. Mr. Wagner.
President Lee, board members, tonight we have 4 presentations. Some of them are going to give you presentations. A couple of them are gonna be donations and for information only. And so, I'm gonna start with our A. We have partnered a lot on our curriculum and done a lot of data conversations and curricular conversations with HMH, which is one of our textbook, ebook distributors. They have assessments, they have lots of programming that they want to help us with instructionally. We work closely with Mrs. Micah McCready, and she's joining us. She's offered an opportunity for Grant Cibola County Schools to send some staff to an HMH summit, a conference in Nashville, where we'll be looking at all of the curriculum and the interventions and the assessments. And so I have asked Micah to come tonight. This would be a donation, an in-kind donation from HMH. And I've asked Micah if she would just come and talk about what this is about.
Hi, everyone. I am so sorry that I cannot be there in person. I have a little boy, and as y'all know, everyone is getting sick these days. So little boy came home with some fever, and I get to stay home tonight. Otherwise, I would be there in person. I frequent grants quite a bit. I love being in your school district. So what we wanted to do was take two folks with us to Nashville. It is a leadership summit, and it is 3 days where we go over. First, we take a deep dive into data, and we have a psychometrician who is on our team, and his name is Dr. David Bain. And what he does is he prepares these slide decks where we look at the previous years of data, look to see what resources y'all already have in place. This has nothing to do with, do you own HMH, do you not own HMH? It's really just more of an understanding of what your holistic view looks like when it comes to the curriculum. What is your assessment? What are your layers of support look like for those kiddos? How do things feed into each other? And just be there to answer some of the questions. And then really they're with a lot of districts from around the nation. I think that we are inviting 180 people. So divide that by 2. So we're going to have about 90 districts in total come just to talk about what they're doing in their schools, what's working, where they've seen some progress. And we wanted grants to be one of the contributors to those conversations.
And so what they would do is they would pay for the travel for representation to come from our district. And again, this is an in-kind donation. As Micah mentioned, we don't have to purchase, but we have been vetting a lot of their curriculum and a lot of their assessments. And so, and as board members, you may remember, we have a board member friend from another district that works closely with HMH. And so, we just want to make sure that it's okay that you know about the in-kind donation.
Do y'all have any questions about the summit? Anything that I can help support with?
Micah, I just have a quick question. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Could you share with us what the district already is doing in partnership with HMH, if anything?
Yes. So we have, currently we have a program called Writable that is in your district, which helps support the writing curriculum that ties into 2 contents for social studies. So you do have some of our programs already working in your district. We have partnered before on things, but as all adoptions, some things come and go. So currently, we're presenting some science curriculum to y'all. But again, like Mr. Widener said, this is nothing to do with, oh, we're taking you to Nashville now, we hope you buy us. It's really more just to have some representation that really I'm the person who gets to pick who gets to go on these trips. We do about 2 or 3 a year, depending on the year and what we're doing. And I wanted to choose y'all to go and represent New Mexico. The other district that I invited was Santa Fe. So we're going to see if they are able to attend as well. But that's really what it was, just to have y'all go represent us and talk about the good things that you're doing in your district.
Thank you very much. Board members?
Absolutely.
I'm just looking at their website.
They used to be known as Hoot, Mifflin, Harcourt,
Yes.
right? But
Yes.
But
And
we're
we have
HMH now, right?
That is it. We are just HMH. which makes things a little bit easier for me. There was always that confusion. Is it Houghton? Is it Houghton? Is it Houghton? So now we're just HMH. No one has to worry about how we're pronouncing anything. If you all would like, I'm happy to forward the exact itinerary of what those few days during the conference look like. If you want to see the titles of some of the breakout sessions that we're offering, some of the keynote speakers. One of the keynote speakers that I hope I get to go on this trip as well, but one of the keynote speakers that I thought was very exciting was the lady who developed the whole show around Abbott Elementary that's on ABC. Right? I know. I think it's so cool. So if you want me to forward that invitation that has the all of the items broken down, I am happy to do so.
I think that would be helpful for the board to know. So I'm sure if you were able to send that to Mr. Widener, he would forward that on to us.
Perfect. I will send that as we are speaking, so I do not forget.
I'm gonna brag on them a little bit. I worked, Dr. Archambault will like this. I worked in a district before where we used their assessments, their short cycle assessments, and the data that came from those assessments was phenomenal. And it kind of helped you in knowing what you needed to reteach and what standards you were hitting. And I could see where if this partnership goes well, where we have some really good comprehensive data for all of you as board members and our teachers.
Interesting, really curious, what they said.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCready.
Absolutely. And Lane, I just forwarded that over to you. So if you want to go ahead and forward that out so that y'all can see exactly what your district folks are going to be doing for 3 days in March, that would be great.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all for having me. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Widener.
So a little while ago, we celebrated our pirates for their scholastic publications. Now we're gonna celebrate our hawks a little bit. Lots of good things happening at Laguna Acoma. Principal Sanchez is here. He's going to talk about their DASH plan, and they have a strong academic focus in their DASH plan. Mr. Sanchez is going to tell us about their school year. So.
Well, President Lee and board members, directors, thank you for this opportunity. I always love coming talking about my school. Sometimes I think you guys are gonna not invite me because we have to hear Mr. Sanchez again brag about his school. We're tired of hearing about him, but it's just something I love. My passion is at Laguna Acoma, and I love what we do there. I love our staff, I love our students and how hard everybody works, and kind of the culture, overall culture. I love walking our hallways, and I love being, lately I've been taking my laptop and just sitting in the hallways and answering emails from the middle of the hallway in my little cart and my chair in the car. Students are looking at me like I'm weird because I'm just sitting there with my laptop, and I said, I can answer emails here rather than sitting in my office and answering them. So it's because I love being with the kids, and that's why I became an educator, was to be around students. So first slide we got is our demographics. And so we have 200 high school students. It might have changed a little bit. I think we lost one, I picked up two, but it seems like this time of year we are constantly changing and getting students in and getting students out. I'm pretty consistent with Santa Fe Indian School. It seems like this time of year is when they start exiting some of their disciplined students, so we pick them up. So right now we got, for the high school, we got 132 Laguna, 40 Acoma, 10 Navajo, 6 Native American other, 9 Hispanic, 1 Asian, and 1 Caucasian. Grade levels, we have 50 ninth graders, 37 10th graders, 56 11th graders, and 54 12th graders. Now, and this is gonna come up in the slide, but I wanna emphasize something right now because we just talked about this. We just presented our graduation, and I reported to you guys, we had 2 students that fell off the grid. They're back on the grid. We finally got a hold of them, parents brought them in, we've got them a plan. This plan is, you know, if you dig yourself deep and work hard, you may be able to walk the stage at the end of the school year. But this is our contingency plan, should you not be able to keep up with the work you gotta do. So those 2 students that were off the grid, we couldn't find, we got them back and they're working and we're trying to get them. We maybe had plans for each one of them. One comes in the evening because he has some social emotional issues. So he comes in the evenings and he's there for an hour every day by himself, working with a tutor. And then the other one is doing some the ingenuity courses, stuff like that. But we got them back and we know where they're at. So I just that's gonna come up again in the notes, but I was just very excited about that because I walked out of here, you hate to see you lose a student. And so to say we lost them, and I don't mean like they're struggling and they're not gonna make it because they fell behind. Like we had no idea where they were at. We just couldn't get a hold of anybody. Numbers didn't work. The typical things that we have with students nowadays. Next slide is our junior high. And when we took over, when I moved to Laguna Acoma, the junior high was mixed in with the high school. So that made me uneasy as a father of two daughters, and seeing junior high students dating seniors really didn't go well with me. So we separated them in our building. So when you go through our building, they're in a different location. So we call them the Junior High Academy, a little more prestigious, makes them feel good about themselves. Like, I'm in an academy. So we call it the Junior High Academy. So when you hear that, it's our junior high school, but it's to help build that positive culture in our school. So there we have 24 Laguna, 6 Acoma, 1 Navajo, 4 other, 3 Hispanics, and we have 14 7th graders and 24 8th graders. Now we are anticipating a growth in that next year with our middle school because we are trying to start offering middle school athletics. The things that keeps those 7th graders from coming to us is Laguna Middle School offers cross country and basketball. So Monica's working on a proposal to take to Mr. Widener about offering 7th grade cross country, volleyball, and basketball. We think we can build it into our matrix, into our schedule. So that might give practice times, even though we have one gym, build our practice times and those kind of things so we can offer those kind of programs at Laguna Acoma. And for us, the most important thing of that is not just so we can offer sports, it's so that we can go get those students a little bit earlier. If we can get them a little bit earlier, we can do interventions earlier. We can watch them grow a little bit earlier and be part of that culture. So this is our breakdown to our athletic and activities. Volleyball, top 4 state teams got put out by the state champions. So they did make it a state championship, but the team it feels better when the team that beats you is the one that takes it all. So we had 5 all-state, 5 all-district, 4 all-metro, and 1 all-star. Football state appearance for the first time in 9 years. So the first time in 9 years, our football team made a state appearance. A lot of that has been a lot of hard work, finding the right person for the right job. And we feel like what the person doing our coaching now is really holding on to the expectations and keeping our students accountable. Cross country, boys track back-to-back state champions, girls district runner-up and back-to-back, boys 3rd place as the team at state, district and state champion, junior, he's a junior, Togoya Pedro, he was a state champion last year, and 4 all-stars. Girls, district runner-up and state runner-up, senior Ryan Concho, freshman Maya Smith took third at state. Our winner, so this is what's more important to me. Our winner academic eligibility was 98%. Only 1 student couldn't participate because of grades, and it was a manager. And not that that's any less than somebody, but it was a lot different than what we had 5 years ago. Spring athletic eligibility. So this spring, starting, we're still at 98%. Of the students who signed up are eligible to participate in athletics and activities. So please don't think it's just athletics, it's MESA. We hold the same, MESA, DECA, all those have the same accountability as they do for the basketball team, football team, those kind of things. So that number is just not the kids playing sports, it's the students that are in activities. Okay, our discipline data, we'll go over a little bit of our discipline data. This is 7th through 12th grade, our out-of-school suspension. We had a total of 11 high school and 8 junior high schools. Type of incidents, we have 5 drug incidents and 7 at high school and 7 at junior high. Fighting, we had 2 high school and 1 at junior high. Inappropriate language to a staff member, we had 1. Multiple disrespected defiance, we had 3. ISS, we've had a total of 5 students in high school in ISS and 2 juniors. For the majority of those incidents were electronic use, truancy, and miscellaneous behaviors and issues, just not being where they're supposed to be and like to hide out in a lab or something. Expulsion, we had 3 high schools, no junior high, 2 drug incidences and major offenses, and 1 weapon and drug. So we had a student that got caught with drugs, and when you search the bag, I left a pocket knife in my pocket. So it wasn't a dangerous situation where he was brought to school for anything other than, I put it in my backpack, I'm sorry, I forgot it. Good kid, we trust what he said. But there still has to be consequences in today's society. Okay, so we talk about a little bit our EWS, and this is our tier data. And so I include on the bottom what the tiers mean, and I calculated how many days. So we had 10 students, this is high school, 10 students in tier 4, 58 in tier 3, 70 in tier 2, and 57 in tier 1. So if you look there on the bottom left-hand corner, that equates to 23 days or more is a tier 4. So those 10 students have 24 days or more absent at this point. We do allow students to make up those days to recover them. So if they stay for tutoring, we calculate those hours and we add them back into their time so they can move out of the tiers. So the tier is not a life sentence. They can work their way out of it. Of course, as the days go by, the calculation changes because there's more days to calculate with. That happens naturally, but we also offer them opportunities. If they're a tier 4, we offer them all week. So our registrar stays there, the student can come in, they can stay that extra hour, and we add that hour back into the tier, and we watch them move out of that tier 4 into tier 3, and hopefully down to a tier 1 at some point. The interventions we've implemented, we sent a letter home, attendance contract, meeting with parents, opportunities to improve, and this is where we improve attendance, after school tutoring and after school hours. So this is so that the students have a chance to not stay in that tier. For middle school, the data on the bottom will show you the same. We have no students in tier 4, we have 15 in tier 3, 13 in tier 2, and 10 in tier 1. Again, the same opportunities we do for junior high academy, we do for our high school. Okay. Our high school graduation, we're talking about our high school dash, we talk about graduation. We have set a goal of 85% attendance rate. Last year, our goal was 80. I did look at the website and it doesn't update very often. So the last thing I saw on there was in 2023, we were at 80% attendance rate. So the year before that, we were at 67%. I don't always trust that data because I don't know where they get it from, and data that I don't know where it comes from bothers me, but I did see that. I didn't put it on here because I can't justify it. I can just tell you what I saw. So looking at this, our goal is to have an 85% graduation rate. We're on track to meet that goal. And when I mean graduation rate, I mean a cohort rate, not all of our students, including the 2 we found, are gonna graduate. So that's gonna be 100% hopefully, but this is a cohort rate. Summary benchmark goal statement, all students will complete their major clarity program, which will help them to complete their next step plan, as well as an interest inventory, college and career readiness pathway. Attendance will include OSS and ISS discipline process to use restorative justice strategies to keep the students in school. So we do use ISS and OSS. You can see our numbers are somewhat low. And the reason is because we really try to make sure they stay in school. If there's an opportunity to keep the student and put them in ISS as opposed to OSS, then we try and take that avenue. We're not always able to. If it's drugs, if it's weapons, or those things, we do always stick with the OSS. But if it's just a student who's just being a punk and just, we're trying to get him to change his behavior, we could change his behavior better in the ISS and putting him back in class than we could sending him home and not having anything at home. So we do try and make sure and that's kind of what keeps our attendance rate a little bit higher than it would be had we been just suspending them. High school plan, we have 7 seniors who are tier 4 for attendance. All these students have been placed on an attendance contract. During our graduation check-in, we reported 5 were at risk, with just 2 students who were not going to graduate. Since then, we were able to meet with the students and parents. We have a plan in place with a goal to graduate. And that's the 2 I was talking about. Major clarity, 80% of our students have completed their major clarity. And I'm not sure if you guys know what major clarity is. It's the next step plan the state requires. I know we're gonna be doing some transition to a different program after this year, but the program we have in place is part of their advisory. So 1 day is Freckle Math, 1 day is Freckle English, and then 1 is major clarity. And so we're able to track those students. It's tracked by their advisory teacher, and they hold them accountable. If they're not keeping up with the major clarity, then we start taking out some of the privileges. We had our mass media team had a movie day where they showed their movies they made, and if you weren't complete with 80% with your major clarity, you didn't get to go. So they have to have it to graduate because it's part of the next step plan. So we kind of hold that accountability, especially for our seniors. Okay. To improve graduation rates, staff will foster a relationship between teachers, student, and parents. Administration will track student attendance and grades. Mr. Sanchez will be face-to-face with students who are at risk, and I met with all the students who are at risk. We made some plans, they made some promises, but those of you who have great kids, we know how those promises go sometimes, but I'm gonna take them at their word and try and hold them to those promises, but I'm constantly meeting with them and saying, how are you doing? And when I'm in my hallway, when I'm doing my emails, I check in, I'm glad you're here today kind of thing. One of the things that we wanted to focus on last year was engagement in our DASH plan. This is about fostering relationships between our students and our teachers, welcoming them at the door, making sure you're engaging, making sure you're building relationships. If you build a relationship with a student, they'll come to school. If they don't like you, they're not gonna come to your class no matter where they're at. So that's our biggest focus is engagement and building those relationships. Our middle school DASH plan, our layer 2 intervention, Teachers implement effective interventions, hands-on learning, differentiation of instruction, and modifications to support all students. Our critical outcome leaders set expectations on interventions, leaders as in school leaders, differentiation of instruction, student engagement, conduct walkthroughs, and give teachers feedback. We've had a big change in our middle school academy, our junior high academy, where we lost our math teacher, Ms. Maldonado retired. We still have a long-term sub in our social studies. And so we only have 4 teachers, well, 5 if you count our elected teachers. So there's only 5 of them. But, you know, you lose 3 of those teachers to retirements and transferring. It's like a whole different culture change for the students. It's like we're always working on this. So this was a lot of what we did last year, but we felt it was important to keep it because when you bring in new staff, you still need to build that culture of expectations and learning and environment and hands-on learning and those kind of things. So it's a lot of what we did last year. Our leadership and systems for our middle school academy, junior high academy is a teacher communicate with parents on a regular behavior about behavior and monitor students in and outside the classroom. I know you guys went to the Marzano training, and Marzano and Harry Wong both teach you that when your students are coming to class, you stand outside the door and you welcome them to your class. That's an expectation. And that's one of the things we're teaching our new teachers to do. Every day you walk them out and then you walk them in so that they feel welcome, they feel that's where they want to be. School leader sets expectations on grading, monitoring of students, and communicating with parents. Communicating with parents is always going to be one of those things where you can make all the effort you can and you try and make an impact. But until the other half answers the phone, it's not always gonna work, but we're still gonna work at it. We're not gonna give up on it, but it's always gonna be an obstacle. So we don't allow that obstacle to hold us back. We say we have that obstacle, we're gonna work on it, but what are we gonna do that we can do? So that's our goal. Layer 2 interventions, the teacher will focus on fundamental skills for math and ELA. That's where we're doing the freckle math between in advisory classes, 1 day's freckle math, 1 day's freckle ELA. School leaders' expectations on utilizing advisory time for outline and clear expectations. I've been part of having an advisory class since I was at Los Alamitos. We had them there, and then we had them when I get into Laguna. But advisory is one of those situations where if we as leaders don't monitor what's going on in class, it turns into another prep, it turns into another break time, and there's another study hall. So our commitment is to make sure that it's staying on track and it's being utilized how we intend it to be utilized. Student success. Okay, these are kind of what's going on with our student success, and when I mean student success, this comes from our SSAs. Community parent outreach, like I said, that's one of our focus. Senior transcript reviews. I require the SSAs to meet with every student, every parent of our seniors at the beginning of the year. They did that, and now we do it mid-year. I think I explained this last time, just to see if we've had anybody fall off, if anybody failed the first semester English 4 class, we gotta make it up somehow. So they just finished meeting with all of the senior parents and students. They discussed grades, transcripts, credits, and those major clarity next step plans. 2 FAFSA nights, this has changed. We did have a FAFSA night scheduled, and the state helps us with that. They log in and they come out and teach our students and parents. But if we had the snow day, we had to cancel. So we've got it rescheduled, and so we'll be having another FAFSA night coming up. So we're hoping that gets back into place. Assist students with registration to retake SATs, ACTs. I don't think we had any retakes this year for ACTs, but we did have 2 SAT retakes. Community parents are invited to attend college and career fair. We are working on a college and career fair. We know it won't be what we had last year, so our goal is to have the big hoopla every other year. So what we're planning to do, and I haven't talked to her about that yet, is maybe we get with Miss Alkins that every year we could have a big one, and then next year they can have a big one. We could just start going to each other's schools. Sometimes those people will say, "Oh, well, we went to Laguna Acma, so we can't really go to yours." And so we don't want to dilute our resources of those people that come to them. So maybe we can work out something where we're sharing them every other year. They're coming every year. They're just going to one school to the next school. So I talked about SSAs about that today, and they like that plan. So they're going to start working with advanced high schools SSAs and see if that's something we can do. Last year we had about 300 and some booths at ours. So we're hoping that we can just kind of share them with Grants High School, and then we can go to theirs. So ensure all students are on track with NMPE requirements for graduation. All right, so we got some middle school data, and looking at it, for the most part, we are seeing some growth. We had 1 grade level that we didn't, and I know Dalton reported on that, so I'm not gonna bring this down to a micro level. But if you look at some of the ones, like if you look at our 7th grade math, For the beginning and mid-year, let me see if I'm looking at it right. 5, 8, 7th grade, testing. So if you look at, you see 30 students or in that need support, and if you look the next semester, it went up to 42. So we had some students decline in that category, and that was the only category we see some decline. We're talking now with Ms. Elkins and Mr. Widener about aligning math, and one of the things that I want to align math is taking it all the way down to from kindergarten all the way to our 12th grade and working with them so that our math teachers or high school are supporting all the way down, not just to 9th grade when we get in the first team, all the way down to the elementary. And I think this will help us because then we can reach out to Laguna and Haku and get them involved with us, and that's what our goal is. Go ahead and take the next slide. This is the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, we good. Oh, is it duplicated? That data might be duplicated. I apologize for that. And I have more data to give you. It's star data, but I personally haven't broke down that data. We're looking at it now to see what the changes were, and I don't want to give you data that I haven't looked at because then I can't answer to it. So I will send you the star data once I get to look at it closer. I'm losing my my instructional coach. She is going to go work at Haku School to be the new principal there. So I've kind of been feeling sorry for myself, to be honest. She's amazing. Okay, so let's talk about one of the things I wanted to do is do surveys. I want to know what's going on in my school that it won't be said to my face. So what I did is I did a student teacher survey. So like I said, every student is surveyed, and I want to know what their feeling is going on in the school so that I get a pulse of what they're thinking. So here was the summary of what we got, and I was pretty impressed, more than I thought. We had an engagement of 87%. So the question was, do your teachers move around the room? Do they answer your questions? Are they involved whenever you're teaching? And 87% of our students said, yes, my teacher is in front of me, my teacher's teaching, and they're moving around my room. Students know learning expectations. We have a set criteria for expectations on the board, how you start your class, how you end your class with those expectations. 96% of our students said, yes, my teacher does that. They tell me what we're doing at the beginning. They tell me what we're doing, and I know when I'm going to class what I'm expected to do. Classroom discipline, 93%. That question was, the way we asked that question is your classroom always interrupted by students that you're not able to learn? I didn't want to ask them, does your teacher discipline? Because we know what answer they're going to give. I wanted to see, is the discipline that the teacher is providing for the classroom affecting my learning? 93% said the classroom discipline is not affecting their learning and it's very successful. Technology use, I know we see 50%, but I love the 50% because we had Tech Free Fridays. So every Friday, teachers cannot use technology to teach. They have to teach paper and pencil. And we call it Tech Free Fridays. The reason is because after coming out of COVID, we were pushing technology so hard that students were depending on it for everything. Well, it's on my Google Classroom. I just want to do the paper in Google Classroom. Math teachers were struggling because now they can't break down formulas. They can't show theories. So by having Tech Free Fridays, teachers have to prepare lessons that do not involve technology. They can use their smartboard to present things, but students should be paper and pencil on those Fridays. So 50% of technology use makes me happy because I think that's what they're meeting my expectation. Okay, next one. All right, so then I said, okay, fair enough to students to ask the teachers, how are you doing? But I want to know what my teachers feel like is coming from admin. Are we doing our job? Do you feel like this? So in a 1 to 5 rating, teacher percentage of overall staff morale. How do your colleagues feel about this? And this was done by a couple different questions, and it was 4.1 out of 5, which you're never going to get a 5. There's always going to be somebody who doesn't like their job. There's some days that I don't like my job. No offense, Lane, I like you, but there's some days that I just want to stay in bed. But teacher feels supported by administration. That's a 4.5 out of 5. I can't see the number on the end, but I got it right here.
It's 4.7.
Teachers' perception of admin support of student learning. Are we supporting student learning? And the way the questions lead is when you ask for a Chromebook, are you getting, is admin helping us get those Chromebooks? If my smartboard is not working, is admin getting my smartboard working? Those kind of things. So that's what that was. And that was a 4.7. Teacher perception of administration approachability, that's what that's supposed to say, is 4.6. Do you feel like you can approach us? Administration responses to teachers' needs, 4.6, and discipline effectiveness, 4.1. So what me and Ms. Sanchez have done is we looked at that 4.1 because we know that's our lowest scoring, even though it's still up there, we need to address that because there's at some point Teachers aren't feeling like we're not following through with our discipline. Part of it is because we I said remember you say because we do restorative justice. It's not always a positive response from teachers. They don't always like the restorative justice practices, but we're never gonna make all that 100%. And admin presence in the classroom, 85% says we get enough of you guys in our classroom, 85%. 9 said it's okay, and 3% says we need improvement, we'd like to see you more, so. And I think that's probably turned around because it wasn't that high in years past, and it's because of me and Monica sitting in the hallways. And last week I was in H wing and she was in the C wing, and again, we just answered emails. My phone rings at my desk and it's set up to automatically ring on my cell phone. So my desk phone rings, my cell phone rings, and I can answer my desk phone. So I can be away from the office and not have to worry about missing anything. Okay, last slide. We are Hawks. We honor those we have lost, keeping them with us as we continue to soar through diversity, challenges, and unwavering and strong. So that's what we are to be Laguna Acoma. We've had some struggles this year. We've had some losses. It really does affect my students and my staff. But we continue to do the best we can and move forward and keep them in our thoughts and our minds and our prayers, but at the same time, do what we have to do best for our students. And as you go to the next slide, you will see us. There we go. And we're moving. Any questions?
Board members, any questions for Mr. Sanchez?
I would say I talked very fast, but you had Miss Elkins up here, and we're related, so we have the same speed of conversation. So you guys are just fine. And I talked to her mom, and sorry, yesterday I thought, oh, me and Troy are just like. Yes, sir.
The MS assessment data,
Yes.
you said that's a duplicate.
Yeah, I must have duplicated the slide or something there, so I'll get you better data that'll show more about, that's the IMAS, beginning of year, mid-year.
And so in grade 7, there were 10 who were tested, am I correct?
Grade 7, yeah, yes.
That's what that represents.
Let me see here. No. So in grade 7, there were, it's a percentage, sir. This is the state reports it as a percentage. Dalton, am I correct? Yes. That's 30% students were at the beginning step, 6 were in the middle, and 10 were showing proficiency.
What I'm saying is to the far left to the far left are the descriptors.
Oh, number tested, yes.
There are 10 were tested, am I correct?
Yes, sir. I see what you're seeing now.
And so of those 10, 3 of them are in the
Beginning
need
step.
support,
Yes.
and
6.
6 of them are in
Yes.
near target.
Yes.
1
Yes.
is on target. Which assessment is this?
This is the IMASA.
I must.
Yes.
So is this is the beginning? Is this the beginning?
First one is the beginning year, the second one is mid-year.
Second one is the mid-year. So this time you have 12.
As you'll notice, like if you look at the next section, the next 2 on the bottom, you're looking at 8th grade, you'll see that there's, I believe that's supposed to be a 1 there, but you can't see it because it's so low on the proficient, and then that moved up to 17. So you can see those 26 students that were in that middle moved down to 13, and those students that moved down to the 13 category moved up. So we did show improvement there. 7th grade math was our biggest struggle, and I think because we get from Laguna Middle School, we get from Haku, we get from Cabero, we get from Cibola, and we gotta try, and that's why we need to go with that math program all the way down to elementary.
So you're saying, well, you don't show us math data.
That's, oh, that's reading, sorry. Yes, the math is one you're missing. Yes, that's reading, yes.
He indicated that it was an accidental duplicate and that he would get us that data.
23 8th graders tested.
Yes, sir. 23 and 23. The hard part about those numbers, and me and Dr. Martin were talking about it, is that with only 10 students, 12 students testing, you have 1 that falls in or falls out, or you pick up 2 more students, your whole percentage jumps quickly one way or the other. So that's why I wish the data was reported by numbers like you just did with the 3 students, 6 students, and 1 student. I wish we were doing numbers and not percentages, because percentages can be misleading when you have such a low number of students.
here you have, 38 junior high school students. And,
35 that we're testing.
Either they were sick, OSS, some transferred in, we picked up some students in and out. Multiple factors.
the need support in 8th grade remained constant. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And what are your interventions for those kids?
Freckle math, it's this year's freckle math.
What about, well, this is for reading, what are you doing?
Freckle reading.
For freckle reading?
Yes, we have freckle for both.
Explain what freckle reading is for the.
So the students, like, it's kind of like STAR, where you take an initial assessment and it rates, it finds out what your deficiencies are, and then you get independent work based on what you need. It's not like I'm gonna come up here and teach everybody the quadratic equation. If you can't multiply, his pathway is gonna take him to multiply, it's gonna take me to the quadratic equation, where it might take Ms. Grego someplace else. So it's based on how you perform and what you need. And that's why we don't do it for a grade, because when we were doing STAR, we found out that students would take it on purpose so they could just do adding, subtracting. So by doing it this way and not holding it as part of their grade or any type of assessment, it's just a pathway to help them to build those fundamental skills.
Okay. Just processing it.
Go ahead, you process it.
Slow.
Yes.
Because the data is fresh and trying to comprehend that. So it's IMASA, and all the students take it.
Middle school.
And how do they translate into the coursework, the report card grades for these kids?
So let me ask if this would ask you, how do we take that data and utilize it to improve instruction? Is that what you're asking?
Well, it is data, so that means it has to tell the 7th and 8th grade teachers, this is how they performed on IMASA. And one of the ways we're going to provide instruction in addition to the regular instruction is a supplemental program called Freckle Reading. Am I correct?
One, yeah, and I'm asking the Freckle don't align right now, and I don't know if that's something that's gonna be going to, but I will say, one of the things that IMASA does is when you get the report, it doesn't just give us this, it gives us by student, it also gives us by standard. So that teacher can take those standards, and let's say they were low performing, and they can look at the standards they didn't do well in, to say, did I teach that standard? Did I not teach that standard very well? Or they performed well, and what I did was a good job, and I need to move on. So it lets them look at the standards and see, how do I improve my teaching, and how do I help those students understand what they missed on the IMASA, so when they take it again, they will improve. So it's a nice report because it breaks it down by student, by percentages, and by standard, which is what I like. I like it by the standard.
Okay. Just trying to get a picture.
You're good, you're good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Martin, do you have anything else to say about those scores and stuff like that?
If I may, Madam President. So we've noticed that IMASA and NMASA doesn't really align that much. The questions in IMASA are all multiple choice items. When they go to NMASA, they encounter, our students encounter different types of questions. And so one initiative we did was by this is something that we learned in Marzano as well. The students need to know the questions that they'll be asked on regarding the standards that they learn, the way those questions are asked, and the way they should respond. And so one initiative we did was by, just like we did with SAT, which allowed our students at Grants High School to gain more proficiency in math and ELA. We bought them review materials for NMASA and encouraged our teachers to expose their students in those types of questions. So when they get to NMASA, they'll be familiar with how questions are asked for particular standards. So and probably you've seen those review materials already.
That's helpful. Another question, actually it's an observation, is that your explanation has to do with NAMASA and this new insights obtained through the professional development you received from Marzano is related to grades 3 through 8. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So how is the high school instruction impacted by that training?
Well, prior to us going to Marzano, we already did the same initiative because one reason why I believe our students did not too good with the SAT assessment is because we teach them the standards, but then they take SAT and they're not familiar with how those questions regarding those standards that we teach them are being asked, which is one of the points that Dr. Mario Acosta of Marzano explained or did a point when I attended his session on not teaching to the test, but allowing students to know what's being asked of them for them to perform better on state assessments, pretty much.
Allowing them to understand
Allowing
the
them-
format of the question, so you can prepare them for the format.
So you, as the district, has the two high schools with you, analyze the data down to that granular level so that you know what seems to be the factors involved with individual students taking the SAT. Because the only test we've had before that is statewide is the SAT test for in high school. And so we don't have any other assessments for them other than STAR, am I correct?
Right now, we use STAR assessments for their interim because the state doesn't really provide us with any interim assessments for our high school students.
What is your assessment plan for the high school students with respect to STAR and SAT? How do you incorporate those into a profile for individual students' progress in learning the standards? And is there any relationship found between the STAR and the SAT and the classroom performance grades in math and English and reading?
The reason why we bought STAR assessments is because of its alignment with SAT, with SAT. But we're not closing our doors to better assessments that better align to the SAT. But that's one reason why we purchased STAR assessments for our high school students, because we didn't really have any assessment that will allow our teachers to get data on how they are performing on specific standards. And so by having STAR assessments at this time, we're able to do that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. I apologize for putting you in front of the firing squad. And you got put in front of the squad, but I appreciate you doing that and putting yourself in front of me and taking that. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you all very much for letting me, again, brag about Blue and Acma. You guys are always welcome to come out. I'll put that data together better for you and I'll send it out to Mr. Leiner. He can send it out to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a few questions.
Uh-oh. Ms.
Um,
Taylor.
Yes, I'm looking at the chart, and this is a question I've asked all the time.
Sure.
Is how close are those figures? You're showing support or nearing target. Is that where are we on the level of proficiency? I mean, you can show me 5% gain, but if that 5% gain is at the bottom and it is not anywhere near proficiency, then I don't see it as a gain.
So the gain that I do see, and we're gonna look at the two bottom ones because we know that 8th grade struggled and we didn't make any gains there. So we already know that we need to evaluate that for 7th grade. But if you look at our 8th grade, where we do see a gain is that top one, it has 26 students in that near target. And if you look at the next below that one, we went from 26 to 13, which means 13 of those students moved out of that core category. Now, if those students moved up into the need support category, then we're really falling backwards. What we see is them moving up to the on target, which shows that we went from, I think, 1 up to 17. So that was a gain. Now, is that where we want to be? Of course not. That's not even close to where we want to be. But if we keep moving that direction, and Freckle Math is new, STAR's new, we're hoping that those are the strategies that are going to help continue to move those numbers a lot quicker, and so that we can show better gains in mathematics, and I mean in reading and mathematics. But again, an alignment from top to bottom of the district is, I think, what we need to do, so that we're a building block. Right now, if you look at middle school in Los Alamitos, when I was there, you only got 2 years to turn students around. That's it. And that's not time to do anything. Get to Grants High School or Laguna Acoma, you've got freshman year, you got 3-4 years to get them turned around, get them graduated, meet transcripts, and do all those things. So until we start doing that alignment all the way up and down from my daughter-in-law's 5th grade English class at Mount Taylor to my Miss Nassaway's class in English 4, till we work better with that along the line, we're always going to see this slow progression. We need a quicker progression, I think.
Like I said, even starting with 3rd grade.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But we're doing the right things. Yes, ma'am, I apologize.
Okay, and then, so I see I see 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%. So how do you mark those percentages? Is 50% near proficiency? Is 70% near proficiency? That's what I would like to know, because we've long been standing at all these assessments with never really reaching that core proficiency. I see data all the time, and I need for my students and my community, I want to know where they are as far as being proficient. Are they proficient in reading? Do we have 7th graders reading at 7th grade level? Or are they reading at 3rd and 4th grade level? To me, that's not proficient. That's where the dark brown line is. We're still not tackling the problem. We're decorating it with percentages, but when you do an assessment on a student, is the 7th grade reading at 7th grade level? Is the 8th grade reading at 8th grade level? That is what I want to see. That is what I want to know. Because as a teacher, I cannot teach my students and bring them up to proficiency if I have seniors that are reading at the 5th grade level or juniors reading at the 3rd grade level. We're still failing our students by not, and I feel that because I'm a teacher. And so I can't just give my seniors a book that's at level for seniors and they can only read at the 3rd or 5th grade level.
And I'm Ms. Daly, I'm totally on your side with showing percentages and showing this type of data. This type of data is ideal for school boards, but what's more important is in the classroom. And so what Ms. Trujillo does do is when that data comes in, each student in class, she goes into the ELA class and she gives each student their own individual data. And then she lets them see how they performed. And it gives them the data of how they scored, but what they struggled on, what standards they struggled on. And so then that also gets sent home to the parents. So now we know at a granular level where each student is performing. And so that's where the change is gonna come. I agree, percentages don't tell you nothing. That's why I like numbers than percent, because then I can see numbers moving. If I tell you 50% moved up and that 50% was one student, it's misleading. So I understand what you're saying and I agree with you on that totally. That's why we don't always deal with percentages when we report this information to the students or to the parents. What we give them is their individual data and we break it down with them and then they can get an idea of how they're doing. And hopefully as we continue using STAR, they'll be able to see the progression over years, not just that year. So, and I get what you're saying and I'm the same way. I agree with you 100%. That data doesn't really tell me anything. I want to know what students are struggling and what we're doing to help those students. And is it 5 students or is it 50 students? So I agree with you on that aspect, but the data is not utilized this way in the school. It's utilized by individual student performance. Does that all that make sense? And I hope that answered your question.
Okay, well, I just think that we need to move more in that direction to bring in and being honest about where our students are standing at proficiency levels. Because, you know, if we're way at the bottom, the only place we've got to go is up.
Right.
So we need to recognize that bottom level so that our kids can see and our parents can see that they're performing beyond what they were performing last year.
And I apologize if you don't think this is honest. This is just raw data that's provided. It's not individual student data, and that's the most important thing. But I agree, and I apologize if you don't think it's misleading, but it's just the data that the state reported to us.
Well, thank you.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
know, as a teacher, we're always looking for
Absolutely,
that
ma'am.
silver lining somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez.
Can I say something on your EWS? Thank you for presenting the information as you did on the EWS Tier 4321.
Oh,
that was helpful, so appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wagner.
Mrs. Lee, our next presentation, as you guys know, we have been working and Mr. Jones has been working and taking feedback and I have some feedback, but we have an update to our RFP. So I've asked Mr. Jones if he would kind of fill you in on that and kind of where we're at this round.
Perfect. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Widener, you either have in your hands or had at one point the most recent RFP iteration. I'm very appreciative of the feedback that I've gotten. You know, when we talk about RFPs and procurement, everything should be done with the end user in mind. And where this is for board legal services, I need you in terms of being able to complete this. So I'm very grateful for the feedback that I've received, and I'm happy to make those changes. I'll reiterate also that I cannot be offended. So if there's something that's ugly or awkward or maybe needs to flow a little bit better, even with the grammar, I'm more than happy to amend that. I did want to highlight the very last page is a rubric that I put together that basically breaks it into tiers from excellent to needs improvement, which is something that we'll use as a tool so that every proposal that we get will have a fair assessment. I'll also add that on page 7, I updated the scope of work in terms of what the board is looking for. Dr. Archambault has asked that I break that down into a list rather than a paragraph and kind of pull from the original version of the RFP in terms of what that will encompass, and I'm happy to do that as well. I want to touch really quickly just on the process in terms of how we will receive RFPs, the evaluation, and so forth. So this is how I see this going, and I'm open to feedback on this. The business office will take care of publishing the RFP and making sure that it is in all of the places that it needs to be in. It'll be on our website. I'll also post it to like the New Mexico ASBO connection where there are vendors and attorneys that have access to it. I'll also make sure that we have it posted in the Albuquerque Journal, as well as we can do the local paper here. We usually pick a newspaper in Las Cruces as well, just to make sure that it's posted properly. Once the deadline is met, those sealed proposals will make sure that everything that has come in is totally complete. If there's something that is incomplete, those people will be disqualified because they did not give us a total complete proposal. We'll go through the evaluation criteria as it's outlined, and then at that time we will present to you, and this is following your recommendation, Dr. Archambault, the number of people that have met the criteria, and hopefully we can set up interviews at that point with the board for those people that have put in a proposal. My recommendation, and if this is a directive that you need to give to me, is that we form interview questions and put together another sort of rubric, just so that every person that gets in front of the board is asked the same questions in the same order and has the same criteria applied to each of them. I also would welcome feedback in terms of who should sit on the evaluation committee in terms of opening those RFPs and assessing the scores. So I know that we have touched on including specific guidance with special education. So if that's something where I need to pull in Director Griego to sit on that evaluation committee so that she can weigh in on special education law, because that is her forte versus mine is not, I'm happy to do that as well. I think that probably 5 people max should be on that committee. It may be also helpful to have a representation from the board for that, just to vet it. I can see you shaking your head, and that's okay if we don't want to do that as well. These are the things, we're getting to the point where we could publish this thing in the next few weeks and get it out. So we need to know what the course is. I don't want to be building the bridge as we're crossing it. So if you have feedback, I would welcome it.
Excellent. Dr. Guy.
I had sent you a couple of, my wife is the one who's notorious at checking my grammar and my spelling.
Perfect.
For all these umpteen years, so it's kind of ingrained in me. There are so many different ways to make a statement. So there's only one that I said was kind of out there, but it didn't quite work.
I do, and I have your notes here.
And okay, so, and that's what I'm saying. It's always good to have someone else. But my wife used to just grabs it and says, I'm gonna look at it.
She forces you
Yeah,
to be proofread.
Look at my work again, so I'm trusting to that.
Okay.
I didn't have any other things other than that. I had suggested that when I mentioned board members that we would that wasn't so much interview, it's more like a conversation. In other words, the heavy lifting is going to be done by the evaluation committee, I think. And so when they submit the recommendations of who they feel they want to recommend, then we would have an opportunity for us to get acquainted with them. Sort of more like towards the acquaintance part of it. And it could be what he said, where we could, I don't want to go through a complete another evaluation by the board of a proposal. That would defeat the purpose. So basically, we would be looking at the person they recommend. We would then schedule a time where we would meet with the finalists, who they may be, and they would provide sort of like a summary of what they consider to be their strengths and things of that sort. We might ask some questions. We have to make sure we're efficient with the time that we spend with them. Because if you have maybe 4, then how long is that going to take? So it's back to practicality of meeting them. I think it's important for the board to actually know who these people are, who are the actual representatives, which attorneys of a firm are going to be the ones who will be doing the service, because some firms are large. Sure. And they may have more than one, and we don't want to have them say, well, we have a whole wing of attorneys, and we will decide who we will choose. We need to move kind of upfront, so we know who's going to be involved in those firms.
Which I think is wise. We don't want them to advertise varsity and then send the C team, right? I mean, that's kind of how we vet that.
Yeah, and so if there's specialization in students with disabilities, then we want to make sure that we're clear on that when we see the finalists and they make those statements. I would not be opposed to having some, uniform, basic questions that we could have them, attend to when they come and see us.
Agreed.
And that's, so they can work out the language of that procedure for us.
And I'm happy to, and I think that, I guess I'll ask this question, how long would you like to meet with these individuals? 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
30 minutes, something like that.
I think that we shouldn't go over 30 minutes because then I think it gets to be,
Sure.
you know, too much when we're talking about multiple, you know, firms that may have responded.
Yeah, and when we need to see the evaluations, the workups that you've done to arrive at the ratings.
Recommendations.
And so that we can follow that, we can read that, so that actually is our task. We don't wanna replicate it, we basically wanna review that, so we would have to have an opportunity, think it through. How would we, it'll be two phases where when you make a recommendation, we don't expect you're just gonna identify a firm and then say these are the four. We need to have some explanation, and that means all the evaluations and how they rate it. And I'm not sure whether we want to see I don't know how lengthy the proposals will be. They could be reminded.
They will be.
And so that's one of the challenges that I remember last time. They can be pretty lengthy. So the information for a citizen board is to have it organized in such a way that we can really get into it right away without getting too overburdened by the minutia of a proposal. So, because it can be pretty lengthy, because it looks like part one would be we look at the results of the evaluation committee's work, and then we would then have them come in and then they would give the sort of a summation of what they consider their strengths and weaknesses. We might have some uniform sets of questions that we would pose to each of them, and that'd be it. Then we would hopefully that same night, do it, make a choice. That's my thoughts on it.
Well, I think one thing that's very important that we have to circle back to is that we wouldn't have to only say one firm depending on what the scope of work is, because my understanding with, fielding an RFP is that there may be two firms that fill the scope. One might be better for strictly, our board relations that we
Governance
need,
issues.
governance council, whereas there's another firm, like Mr. Jones was indicating, that maybe they specialize in special ed. And so we may, as a board, look and say, wow, we would really like we like this firm for this, and we like this firm for that, and it's not unrealistic to think that the district might benefit from having an agreement with more than one.
It's also possible that if you have more than one, then if one is not available,
Agreed.
then another firm can be contacted without having to ask us. They can go ahead and
correct
and say, okay, we've got these three firms. They all seem to be competent in this particular area. That we have a need, but the one we want to contact is not available or something. So they can be flexible about that. So that might be something the board in the September would work out. So how we're gonna play this out, and maybe offer. We'll just have to discuss how we.
Well, and we have to wait and see who and what we get back at the time.
Anyway.
But I think very good strides in, getting us to the point where we'll be able to have an action item hopefully very soon to be able to agree on the RFP and moving forward to do it.
I think that the training needs to be undertaken by the evaluators so that and you brainstorm the specific scope of work and compare that to the rubric that you have there. So they all understand, okay, this is what we are, these are the scope of work, might be 10 categories. And we're gonna have to review the proposals and utilize the rubric that you have in there to determine which ones are strengths. And so they all, so that's an inter-rater reliability thing that the one has to indicate. So, you know, I have nothing else to say, other than my expectation and hope is that we would be able to get this done this month.
Amazing.
That's exciting.
Okay? And thank you for the work.
Absolutely, happy to do it. Action moving forward for me, I'll include the changes that you have suggested in the most recent. I'll send in the updated draft 2.0 to Mr. Widener, then I'll have him distribute it to you. We don't necessarily have to wait until a board meeting to get feedback, so please feel free to email Mr. Widener with additional suggestions and those sorts of things. Kind of similarly to Miss Micah coming on and talking about, you know, she had this in-kind donation and it needed to come to the board. I'm a fan of transparency. I will do everything above the board. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. When I write the interview questions, guidelines for that 15 to 25-minute meeting, I will do my best to make sure that I can protect the board, because I don't want any member of the board to disqualify a potential suitor for this contract by muddying the water, so to speak. So I need that to be out in the open, that I'm gonna make sure that we're doing everything ethically above the board, which I know that the board is in favor of that as well.
Of course.
I'm sorry, can you guys still hear me? I've lost the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can't see the picture, but do we have, Mr. Jones? I know at one point in time, there seemed to be a lot of rigmarole, you might call it, about expenses. Do we have a cap for the amount of attorney charges? Are we looking at?
We do, which is the purpose for an RFP. The board has within their power to hire an attorney. What happens is after $60,000 total, you're basically out of compliance without having an RFP in place and entertaining other proposals. And what it does is it, one, increases competition. Two, it ensures that the end user, in this case, the board, is getting the best quality of service because there is competition. And three, it is mandated that we do so. I mean, it's a law that states that we have to, once that dollar amount exceeds 60,000. In terms of what happens with you all, I think that there are some years that are heavy in litigation and there are some years that are not. So you might spend $10,000 one year and 30 the next. We may never exceed that $60,000 cap. That would be the hope, right? So to answer your question in short, yes, and that is the purpose for this RFP, so that we can exceed that $60,000 mark to a single vendor legally.
And maybe this is not a question to ask now because nobody's ever brought it up or mentioned to us, where are we at now with our attorney's expenses? Have we exceeded the 60,000?
We have not for this fiscal year.
Okay. And so the 60,000 is if we do have two firms, it's a cumulative 60,000 for both terms. I mean, for total for both.
It's 60,000 for each. So there will be two separate agreements. The school board will have in the event that we hire two, there will be an agreement for firm A, there will be an agreement for firm B. Both of those firms can exceed $60,000 because there is an RFP in place.
Can exceed or can't exceed? I didn't quite hear you.
They can allow,
Okay,
and that's the importance of the RFP. That's why we have the RFP.
okay. And will we get a listing of all the firms that are being sent an RFP, or
Yes, you'll get the short list of candidates that have scored well in the evaluation criteria. I have not done an RFP for legal services. I would imagine that we get somewhere between 5 to 7 proposals. Of that 5 to 7, and this is loose, of that 5 to 7, I think that we'd probably pick the top 3, maybe the top 2, depending on the strength. And I mean, if the number 1 people score 98 and the number 2 people score 95 and then number 3 is a 60, we'll bring you the top 2.
and so you're coming up with the criteria, or
The
is the board?
In the RFP.
The criteria is in the RFP. The rubric is on page 14 of the RFP, which is the scale at which we'll grade them. For example, one of the requirements or one of the things that we're requesting is that they give references for other K-12 school districts. If they have 3 outstanding references, they're in the excellent category, which we can appoint scores to that. So part of the evaluation committee is that we're going to call and get references on those that put in an RFP.
And so we'll be able to not solicit, but we'll be able to have the chosen ones come before the board.
We will, in an informal 15 to 25 minute meeting where the board will be able to ask questions, and really it's more of a meet and greet so that the board understands the people that they're going to be talking to on the phone, and because you want to make sure that you can work well with somebody, especially
Prepared questions.
typically when you call your attorney, it's not always a happy thing.
Well, it used to be.
I'll provide those questions beforehand.
Okay. Now, wait a minute, you're gonna provide the questions we can ask? We can't ask our own as board members?
You cannot. And the only reason why is that we need to make sure that it's equitable to all those that have the opportunity to come to the board.
Well, let's refine that at a later time. Today, I don't think it's the time for us to do that. But we'll need to ensure that any questioning that we do of the firms that come to us, that our queries will be what we would consider to be reasonable and illuminating of what it is that they're providing to us as a service. So I don't see it 15 to 15 minutes. I see it a little bit longer, but we still need to work out those kind of details.
Right, and I think Ms. Daly, very likely what we would do would be have all of the board members submit the questions that they would like asked. Much like when, the superintendent's interview process happened, questions were submitted and then synthesized to best represent the scope of all of those questions. And that way, rather than all 5 of us wanting to ask, 20 different questions, we would be able to have Mr. Jones work to get those top questions, that the board members feel are the most important questions to ask. But then again, like Mr. Jones just said, those questions would be the same for all of the firms that are being interviewed. That way it is, again, what Mr. Jones said, it would be equitable for all of the firms. But I agree with Dr. Guy, we probably need to look at moving forward with our meeting because we have a very, very busy executive session to get to, and we still have one more presentation from Ms. Jones, and then superintendent's report, and 2 action items before our executive.
Madam President, let me just say the last word on this is that, sorry. Emily, is that, we can solidify what it is that we're going to do at a later point in time when it comes to the interview processes that we're gonna have with the prospective recommended evaluators. We can do that a little bit later. I think we would want to give ourselves an opportunity to do justice to what it is that is going to happen. And the rest of it, we can, well, wait for the actual draft of the next proposal.
That's just it. That's just it.
And that'll be the basic.
We would get yes, we would get the draft first and then be able to have our action item, and then we would have, I believe, 28 days while the RFP is fielded. So that would at least give us 2 more board meetings in order to come up with what our plan would be, Ms. Daly, on that. I wasn't trying to minimize any of this process, just getting us moving forward.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure it's since 2013 when I first started, boy, this process has changed considerably. We used to do our own interviewing, do our own selection, and do our own hiring. We never left it up to chance to anybody else because it was the board responsibility to seek legal constraints. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Wagner.
So
Mr. Jones, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Lissandro, you're still awake?
Yes.
Okay.
We're getting there, sir.
I feel sorry that we made you wait so long. Our final presentation tonight is actually informational only. It is going to be, should be very brief. It's just information. With the ending of January, I'm so glad January's over. With the ending of January, we had to submit our Impact Aid application. And so I've asked Mrs. Jones if she would provide the data that went in with our Impact Aid information as far as the numbers and students.
Yes, so good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. I just wanted to give a very brief presentation on the Impact Aid application. It was submitted, as you'll see, and I gave you comparisons from last year so you can see where we are from last year's numbers to this year's numbers. So this year, fiscal year 26, the application was submitted on January 27th, 2025, which was in time. The deadline is the 31st of January. It was submitted on time. The number of federally connected students that we claimed on that application was 613, and the number of federally connected students with disabilities was 105. I put last year's data in there so you have that as comparison. So for fiscal year 2025, the application was submitted on January 29th, so that was on time also. Our number of federally connected students last year was at 641, so we were 28 students short this year. And then if you look at the number of federally connected students with disabilities, it was 109, so we were 4 less in that category. Mr. Valdo and I are going to go through last year's application and this year's application and see if there are students that we may have missed that we did not get a survey back for. One of the questions when you submit the application is if you intend to amend the application, you check a little box and you can go back in and amend the application. So I did check that box that we would amend because our numbers were low, and Mr. Valdo and I are now gonna go in and compare students who we may have had a parent survey form from last year that we did not get one back from this year to see if we can see where those additional students might be so that we can get those numbers back to where they were last year. And that is basically all I have to report at this time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Daly, I just sent you, since you're online, I just sent you this information that Ms. Jones just gave us. So I sent that to your phone, ma'am.
Gotta unmute myself. So we went, I'm looking at the figures now, so we went down.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With disabilities. I know it was always a tedious task to get all those forms. They used to call them the blue forms. At one time they were green forms. And it was always, I guess, I don't know why it was tedious to get parents to fill them out. But I noticed that we went down from 641 to 613.
Yes, ma'am. We were 28 students shy in that category and 4 students shy in the students with disability. And as I mentioned, Mr. Valdo and I will now be going through last year's list and this year's list to see if it is like students that we were able to claim last year, but they didn't turn the survey in this year. And if that's the case, we can amend that application and we will go out and find those students and see if we can get those surveys.
Are those forms included in their, what do you call it, entry packet, or when they first enrollment packet?
They are not. The impact aid form, we have to declare a survey date, and we cannot survey kids prior to that date. We can survey kids on that date or after. So this year, the survey date was November 7th, so forms could not go out until November 7th. So anything prior to that, like if we would have sent them out in a registration packet, we would not have been able to claim that. We cannot do the survey that close to the beginning of the school year per federal guidelines. We have to choose a date after the very beginning of the school year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
I sent you an email today requesting the complete application impact date.
I can get that.
And I think the board needs to see that because it is a sizable amount of money. And is the tribe involved in verifying the enrollment of those kids?
So we gain information 2 ways. We send a parent survey home.
Okay.
And parents put down their physical address where they live if it is on federal property. So we can do a survey form and a source verification, or you can do either or. They suggest that you do both, so we have done both. So we have done source verifications, which is what tribal entities would sign, and we have done survey forms, which is what parents would sign.
Have we done these tribal surveys, what do you call it?
Source verification?
Yeah,
Yes,
have
sir.
you done that?
We did.
When did we do that?
Mr. Valdo had those signed the week before we submitted. He went to the tribal entities and had those. He met with the people who he would need to meet with to get those signed, and they went over student addresses that we had on the survey form and had those signed.
In addition to that, we need to have the IPP sent in. Did we send in the IPP?
Yes, sir. That is part of the application.
Is there any, what do they expect us to do when it comes to submitting the IPP? What information do they need?
We send in a signed copy.
They need the IPP with board approval.
Are there any assurances that are supposed to be obtained or stated about involvement of tribes?
There are no assurances with that. It's just the signed IPP.
Do you recall the controversy with respect to the IPP in the last, I don't know, it's been a while, but we know that, did we have any tribes sign the IPP as part of the application?
We are currently out trying to meet with our new tribal leaders.
So we don't have any signatures on the new IPP?
We do not as of yet. We met with the
Acoma yesterday.
Group yesterday and left it with them.
And we've emailed copies to all three, you emailed copies to all of the governors and the Baca chapter president, and then we're following up with them.
With that one is always is a different approach to take when it comes to the Navajo Nation. Is that we know that the Navajo Nation is represented particularly by Doty, and that, and so I think it has to be determined whether there's a signature that has to be obtained from some official in Window, or whether the signature is acceptable from Wakaput.
So-
I have yet to.
When we met with them last year for tribal consultation, Department of Dene Education they told us to work with the Baca Pruitt chapter to try to get a signature, and if we were not successful in that, to let them know when they would sign it. But they asked that we reach out to the Baca
We worked
chapter.
with our local chapter. And then the meeting with Acoma yesterday was really successful. The governor said he would give us some feedback on the IPP. And First Lieutenant is working with us. And so we're hoping that we'll get a document they'll sign.
And then we're working on scheduling another. meeting.
Laguna?
We haven't met with them yet.
We also have new officials.
Yes.
Okay.
All of our officials are new, so we're working to get those meetings and have those consultations. We're starting the student success dialogues again.
How did was there a need to explain why there was no signatures obtained when you submitted the application?
No, the IPP belongs to our Board of Education, right? So at the last meeting, you guys approved it. So we have an IPP, but it is a living document. And so now we can solicit feedback from our tribal partners, our stakeholders, and modify it as it.
And in the event we get those signatures, because we clicked the button that said that we could amend the application if we find those other students as well, we can upload the updated copy of that is signed. I mean, last year we had one signature on it and it wasn't questioned.
Trying to, yeah, that's what you had mentioned some time back. Now, this is unusual where we have not had any signatures from any of them. So I think it was I think I brought it up where we should have gotten a lot of this stuff done in the fall, prior to running into the time crunch in December. And I don't recall, when we attended, I think Board President Lee and I attended the consultation you had with ACMA. I don't think we really had that as a primary focus in that consultation meeting. So that wouldn't have been, and that was pretty late, and as you knew, traditionally it's difficult to get the tribe to be able to accommodate the time crunch, since they already are having potentially a change in leadership. And so the point I'm making is that we needed to have done this much sooner. Do you recognize that?
I do, and the nice thing, the great thing, and why Mrs. Jones's presentation should be so short, it is in. We are submitted, we are in, we can change it, we can add to it, so we still have more time before it's funded. And so we can have those conversations.
And ultimately, the goal of the IPP committee was to meet quarterly, so that they can meet and review that document and see if it fits, if there are policy, like if there are procedures that we're not meeting, or maybe they thought that they were a great idea, but then in practice, so in theory and practice. So in theory, that was a good idea, but in practice, it's really hard to make that happen. So we would love to meet quarterly to review that, so that next year, you are correct, this was late in the timeline. But we would like to have a committee meeting 4 times a year to look at the IPP and say, is this fitting what we needed it to fit, or is it not? Do we need to change this? Is it doing what we thought it was going to do, so that we can revise? So ideally, that's what we would like to do, is to meet quarterly, to review the IPP, to ensure that it is meeting the end goal of being transparent and having those reporting and those steps. And if it's not, why isn't it? And how do we need to revise it so that it does fit our needs?
And Dr. Archambault, you are right. That was not the priority in our tribal consultation. Tribal consultations are supposed to be data conversations. You're talking about the district and that's tied more closely to our Title VI funds. The tribal
The
consultation.
tribal consultation is tied to a lot of our state programs. We have to do affirmation of tribal consultations with multiple of those applications. And I'm assuming now that the state's going to the unified application, that will go in under the unified application. So it's not required specifically for Title VI, but like it's gonna be required for probably 1, 2, 3, 4, all of the ones that will be under the unified application.
And we're supposed to have stakeholder meetings. And so Dr. Martin and I were talking about that today. We're regular stakeholder meetings. And so that's the purpose for the tribal consultation meetings, as well as the
student success
conversations.
Madam President, one more point. As you recall, in the last meeting, we did not have a unanimous vote on the approval of the IPP.
Correct.
I did not vote for it, and neither did Ms. Daly. And the reason why I did not vote for it is because we did not have an opportunity to obtain tribal input into that. And there was some disagreement as to my interpretation as to whether or not there was a requirement for tribal involvement in the planning and development of the IPP. The IPP was a complete replacement. It wasn't just an update, it was a complete replacement of the previous IPP, right? And that's what we see, is that the IPP is a complete replacement. And we had and there were 3 individuals who accompanied Mr. Valdo, who said they had been involved with the development of that. And I think there was mention of a Navajo participant, but I don't recall whether there was one or not. That point is still important, is that if you did not get a unanimous vote on it, that meant that there was some serious disagreement as to whether or not the IPP was reflective of what the regulation requires. And I think we need to make sure that we understand that that the IPP is not vetted by the tribes. And I'm not sure how they feel about an IPP that they did not get an opportunity to be involved in its creation. I understand the idea about it being a living document. It's just that it's extremely unusual for us to have not had involvement by the tribes. And if there is a legitimate justification for not including them, and that there's a interpretation of the regulations that say that you don't need parents, then it would be helpful for us to see where that is really true. I think there was something about either Indian parents or tribal officials. And I don't know, did we receive any feedback from the Impact Aid office that it's okay for just the parents to help develop the IPP?
So I haven't specifically asked the Impact Aid office. I will say that last year when we submitted our IPP, our budget analyst for Impact Aid contacted me and said that our IPP that the board did pass last year did not meet the criteria. So last year, the 18-page document that we submitted did not meet the criteria for the IPP. At that point, the budget analyst sent me the template and said, please use the template. And then when we went to trainings in Phoenix and in Las Vegas, they said, use the template. Just use the template. That makes the IPP much cleaner and easier. And since ours did not meet last year, we opted to take the information from last year's, put it into this year. So it was a revision. It took out a lot of the language. IPAC was woven into the IPP, and IPAC is a function of Title VI, not of Impact Aid. And so the parents felt like those two things needed to be separated, that the IPAC, anything that referenced IPAC needed to be taken out of IPP, because that's not necessarily, it doesn't meet the policies inside of the IPP. So once our budget analyst said that last year's policy did not meet, and at that point, when I asked her, I said, what do I do? Like, do we need to redo this? Do I need to go back before the board? And she said, no, but moving forward, use the template, and she emailed that to me. And so that was one of the reasons that we went to the template because that was the suggestion from our budget analyst and from the impact aid trainings that we went to. Just for more background information in that, and I failed to mention that.
And sadly, we had tribal leaders help us with the IPP last year,
And they wouldn't sign it.
sign it.
And they were
And
involved in
that
those
was-
IPP
That was really
meetings.
sad, because we took their input, we created it based on their input, and then they refused to sign it, so, I think now we will take this new document and we'll kind of go back and.
Now, you know that if the tribe, a tribe feels that it did not have an opportunity to provide the input, because the statute says that tribes and parents can be, right to be involved in the planning and development of them. They feel that they did not get a chance to do that under this new set of circumstances, that they can express their displeasure to the impact aid office.
Yes.
And so.
And sadly, hopefully they wouldn't take money from kids that we spend on their kids.
Well, it's not sadly that, it's that we needed to have involved them, and that's the
We're
point.
involving them now.
Okay, let me interject something since we're talking about this. I've been in contact with Miss Amanda Nezzi, who is the director of the New Mexico Indian Affairs Department. We're working with her and the Tribal Consultation Committee to set up training for Laguna and hopefully to include Acoma, because they found that they were not provided the opportunity to provide comment or share information with the policies and things that we approved at the last board meeting. And Ms. Nezzi is just emailed me that they're going to schedule a time to meet with the tribal representatives, and that sadly enough, this last thing that was voted on and approved did not have any tribal input. And so I know my governor, Antonio, is a little bit upset with that because they weren't provided the opportunity to provide comment or anything of that fact. And they were up. Governor Antonio and the first Lieutenant Governor Cecino also met with the tribal consultation in Santa Fe last week and did mention that these latest things that were passed, they were not given the opportunity to provide input. And so this is the reason why I'm working with Ms. Nezzi to set up training for our tribal officials to work with Ms. Nezzi and the Government Relations and Policies Board and the Tribal Consultation Committee to ensure that in the future that all tribes are provided that opportunity to provide input before anything is sent for approval or passed or voted on. But I think this is going to go a long way to ensure that tribal consultation is looked upon as more favorable than unfavorable, because they are more than willing to meet their, I guess, their input, and they're really wanting to do this. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll get that set up for the tribes, both Acoma and Laguna. We'll also include Navajo to meet with this policy committee and the tribal consultation committee and our tribal officials. So they're a little bit upset because they didn't have the opportunity to provide input.
Well, they're new, and so they're newly elected and newly put into their offices. We gave them the month of January to kind of get acclimated to their positions. And now I'm really excited to meet with tribal leadership from Laguna.
And I think that going forward, Mr. Widener indicated that the plan is to have a renewed and refreshed working relationship with all of the tribes and have a better plan in place for having input. So thank you for your comment, Ms. Daly. I think we better get moving on to your report, and then that way we can get our action items going and get to executive.
We should have moved that one. I'll keep the superintendent's report pretty short. Today it was 60 degrees, so I'm reporting on cold classrooms, but it was pretty warm around the district today. When you look at the agenda items there, Ms. Sandoval, will you pull up my presentation? When you look at the presentation, we're talking about the heating issues around the district. January, I said I'm glad January's over because it was a rough month and we had lots of heating problems around the district. We had some of our sites that did synchronous learning, asynchronous learning. We had cold weather, snow, we had delay days, and as you know, last year, the New Mexico PED required that all school districts have a 180-day calendar. Our calendar has been very tight. We had one snow day at the end of October, and we got a lot of snow in October. And so Dr. Martin and I challenged the school leaders to come up with good synchronous, asynchronous learning plans, not knowing that we would have to do that because some of our schools had poor heating systems. And so, so that's kind of what I'm talking about tonight. We have some sites that have had heating issues. As you know, as a board, GHS has a open loop heating system, meaning that we pipe hot water into their loop. It goes through phase one, and there's cooling towers on each side of the building. And currently we lease a cooling tower on the north side of the building. We pump water through the system. Our water in Grants is very, very hard. It is very hard on the units. It's hard on the plumbing. It's hard on it blocks the loop because of the buildup from the water. And as I reported, I believe in our December meeting, we are partnering with PSFA to acquire funds to update the systems at Grants High School. The heating and air system at Grants High School is one of those. It will take time. We will need engineers, and we will have to figure out how to get Grants High School on a better system. As of right now, 50% of their classes have been too cold for instruction in January, and I'm sure you all have received complaints and problems, and that's too cold for students and too cold for learning to happen. So Grants High School did take about 8 days where they did asynchronous learning. They had teachers and classes online and did assignments in their Google Classrooms, and so it was not conducive to instruction. It was not great for instruction, but our goal was to get the kids back. I'm very appreciative to Principal Elkins and Assistant Principal Barajas and Jaramillo. They worked with their teachers, their department heads, and they came up with a plan where they're trading classrooms and they're utilizing the warmer spaces in the building to make sure that the kids could be back. So as of last week, the kids were back. Last week the kids were back full time, and all of the students at Grants High School were back full time. Los Alamitos is a newer school than Grants High School. They also have a water-based system that pipes water through their pipes. They had pipes break in the 7th grade hall. The hall flooded and it compromised their loop. So their 7th grade classrooms were very cold. The art and agriculture and construction classes are all on the opposite end they're at the end of the loop, and those classrooms have been very cold. Offices at Los Alamitos have been very cold. And so we worked with Conti to get a new boiler. We also purchased a replacement boiler. So we have an extra boiler in case problems happen for Los Alamitos' system. So those are the two buildings that have had the worst heating problems throughout the month of January. We do have some cold halls in Cubero. Laguna Acoma has a control system that often it's a control system that is remoted from here in Grants. And so Mr. Sanchez will call and say classroom 417 is, in the A hall is cold, and so you have to go on the system on the computer and reset that. And so we had a couple of days where there were a few cold classrooms at Laguna Acoma, but their system is new and is really good. It's a control issue. Milan Elementary School had a few cold pockets, and we had some really cold days in our community, but Milan had a few days where their rooms were very cold. Mesa View, in their flooded hall, the area that flooded last summer, we did get it remodeled, but the heating system hasn't been reset in that area. And so they had a couple of really cold days walking through that hall that was remodeled. And Mount Taylor has a few rooms that have problems. Usually with Mount Taylor, their heaters work well, it's their air conditioning that doesn't work. And so, so Mount Taylor, they've had a few cold spots, but for the most part, they've been able to have school. Knock on wood, we've had no problems at Blue Water. We've had no problems at the Early College High School. Early College High School is not our building. It's in MSU, but they have had no problems there. San Rafael and Cebolleta, our oldest schools, also have good heating systems, and so we've had no problems there. I will talk about the asynchronous learning. What asynchronous means, I kind of have the definition there for you. Students are engaged with the material, assignments, and activities on their own. So that's where when a student has to go into the Google Classroom and complete their assignment, they're doing that work without instruction, right? And so we have plans for asynchronous learning because we have a 180-day calendar. We've already had our snow day, and so it's possible we may need some asynchronous learning days. Synchronous learning is where you have a Zoom meeting with your teacher, and your teacher's doing the lesson, and they, and then they say, okay, everybody do chapter 17 review in your books, and here it is, it's in the Google Classroom, and so we have plans for that. I did find out yesterday that the judge ruled on the 180-day that it was not constitutional, and so that's a local control thing that will be coming. We will be going back to the hours, and so we can have more professional development next year moving forward. And that's kind of I just wanted to update you on that. That was the biggest stressor of January was our heating, and I know you as board members, we want kids in warm rooms. We want them in safe rooms. We want them to be able to learn and get instruction. And so it was sad that we had those days that kids were not able to be in classrooms. And so we do have a plan, we have a vision. We are going to update the systems at Grants High School. We are working with PSFA on that, and it will just take us some time.
Thank you, sir.
Just as an observation, we just had those bad hot heat waves in this fall, remember, when it was just unusually hot. Then we had this cold blast that came down through the country. Even the meters were freezing in town. The city meters were freezing too, so it's just one of those weather deals on top of this.
It was really cold.
And then there's, you said about the judge, so that means whatever they rolled now actually starts next year? So you'll still have to finish your 180 days this year?
Correct. All school districts set their calendars on a 180-day calendar, including the 4-day districts. They have calendars that go into June. And so, yes, everybody has a 180-day calendar. And so we still have to adhere to that. We still have to follow that.
I like the way you explained this super this way.
I had to learn that myself.
Yeah.
Those are big words.
Well, when I first seen it, I was like, what does that mean? But now I know.
I'm good with vocabulary, but those are, Dr. Martin had to explain it to me.
Very good. Thank you,
Well,
sir.
when I saw it on Facebook, I was like, what does that mean?
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move on to our 2 action items now. Action item A, consideration of approval to amend the superintendent's evaluation timeline and process. I am going to state that the board is meeting in executive session this meeting to receive the superintendent's evidence supporting the evaluation instrument competencies, and will meet in a special session February 21st at 5:30 p.m. to present the results of the evaluation to the superintendent. And therefore, we will be expanding the dates set forth in board policy of the evaluation of the superintendent's summative process, necessitating this action item to allow to expand the timeline and process. All of that being said, board members, is there a motion to approve to amend the superintendent's evaluation process and timeline?
Do we have a specific timeline?
What I just stated. So I stated that we are meeting today in executive to receive the evidence supporting the evaluation instrument competencies, and that we will meet in a special session February 21st, 2025 at 5:30. That was what we all discussed worked at 5:30 p.m. And that's to present the final, yes, to the superintendent.
So it's looking at saying to amend the superintendent's evaluation timeline process to include the superintendent's presentation and meetings such as necessary in the month of February.
That would be great if you would like to make that a motion.
I move to amend the superintendent's evaluation timeline and process to include the superintendent's presentation tonight on the 4th, and to conduct meetings on the 21st, and any additional meetings to finalize the evaluation.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to approve to amend the superintendent's evaluation timeline and process, including a presentation this evening, February 4th, and a meeting February 21st for the board to submit the results to the superintendent. A final, thank you, sir. And that would also allow for us to add, if needed, an additional meeting as needed. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval.
Dr. Archambault?
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jaramillo?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you for being so patient. We appreciate it. We're gonna move on to action item B, consideration of approval of the registration fee of $1,000 provided by NMAEA Council for Mr. Rodney Lysandra to attend the NAEA, which is the National Art Education Association School for Art Leaders. Superintendent Weidner.
I recommend that we allow this and approve this. I am gonna let Mr. Lysandra talk about his grant that he got.
So good evening, board members, school board, headed by our president, Francie Lee, our school district's board of directors, headed by our superintendent, Mr. Lane Widener. Good evening, guys. So first of all, I want to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Rodney King Lysandra. This is my 6th year in the school district, and 4 years of those was an art teacher in Milan, and sponsored the student council in there and the performing arts, and I would like to take this opportunity as well to say my apologies, because I was invited last time to present as well about the International Student Leaders Conference that we did in Milan, meeting our student leaders there to the leaders in the Philippines. So talking about the culture and you know how the leadership of them after pandemic. So anyways, going forward, I'm the 2 years of those 6 years. Now I'm currently under the special education headed by our SPED director, Miss Jennifer Griego, handling the elementary gifted and talented education, incorporating STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics in our curriculum. So talking to arts, so I've been an active member of the National Art Education Association since 2021, and since my focus was on the instruction for the students, so I just I just ignored those invitations about leadership roles, so I didn't care about them yet. So, but last year, it's like out of nowhere, I just applied for the, I don't know, they invited me to go to the National Art Leaders Conference, and my goal was just to visit my 47th state. And I just drove from here to Michigan to attend there, and not knowing that it's a leadership training. And then with that, after attending that, there's a lot of leadership roles that has been like given to me, sent to me, and I was just, and one of those is the SAL, the School for Art Leaders, and I just tried it, and I was accepted last November, and talking to the program of the School for Art Leaders. Since 1947, art educators representing all states, regions, and work contexts have provided volunteer leadership service that has shaped the field of art education position the National Art Education Association as a premier professional community for art educators. Committed to supporting art educators in their quest to excel as leaders, NAEA has designed a 21st century flagship program, which is the School for Art Leaders. Utilizing experiential action learning modules and in-depth conversations with expert leaders, the program provides participants with learning experiences and skills to successfully lead in any environment. The program design is geared specifically for art educators and is based on the work and recommendations of the NEA Leadership Development Task Force. 5 leadership modules provide a strong basis for the work's content with specific individual and group exercises woven throughout the experience. The NEA Art Educator Competency Model developed by the Art Development Task Force, Turber Zimmerman Empowerment or Leadership Model, we have 5: mindful leadership, total leadership, emotional intelligence, storytelling, strategies to support equity, diversity, and inclusion in leadership. So those selected for each class annually, so they will be selecting 25 in the whole country, and I'm one of those for this year. So yeah, and they accepted, and there's a registration fee for that program, and I was looking for funding, and the New Mexico Art Education Association will be providing me that registration fee, $1,000. So and then we will be the program will start. It is a 10-month program, begins in mid-June of 2025 and ends at the NAEA National Convention in Chicago next year in March 5 to 7, 2026. The cohort will participate in a required on-site 5-day intensive learning module in July 14 to 18, 2025 in Bentonville, Arkansas. So followed by the monthly online learning from August through January. A final capstone project will be submitted in January 2026, and the program will conclude with presentations and a recognition ceremony at the 2026 NEA National Convention in Chicago, Illinois. Yeah, so.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So this is another good thing for Mr. Lasandra, good for our kids.
Thank you, sir.
I recommend that we accept this donation.
Thank you very much. Board members, is there a motion to approve the registration fee of $1,000 provided by NMAEA Council for Mr. Rodney Lasandra to attend the NAEA National Art Education Association SAL School for Art Leaders?
So moved, as stated.
Exactly, and a second.
The second is exactly.
Wonderful. It has been moved by Mr. Jaramillo and seconded by Dr. Archambault to approve the registration fee of $1,000 provided by NMAEA Council for Mr. Rodney Lasandra to attend the NAEA SAL School for Art Leaders. Is there any discussion?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other expenses that have to be incurred by? Are there any other expenses that have to be incurred by in order to undertake this?
Actually, I'm either way. So if ever that I'm still looking for the one that I'll be going to Arkansas for the 5 intensive training there. So it's in July 14 to 16 or to 18. So that's what I'm looking for funding. But if not, I love to travel. I'm driving every summer, so I'll just go there. And since I'm registered, so I'll just go there for that training, because my goal for attending that is to it's like there's like a pioneering experience last year when I attended the National Art Leaders Conference, where I met all the presidents in each state of their art association. And what we're building now in our GATE program is to create our effective tool in identifying our students with creativity area and leadership. So that's what we're working on in our department, headed by our director, Mrs. Griego, to have that tool, because we wanted to get those kids who are really in the creativity area and leadership So this might be also helpful for me and for our students and for our district to like get that tool in one from other states. You know, it's very productive when you evaluate those tools from different states to have our own tool here, and that's our goal in and my goal too. So in attending this one, so for the
I
budget.
So I think what Dr. Archambault was indicating was that if you do complete this registration for this program, that we hopefully will be able to approve for you, would there be any fees later that might arise for your travel? And if so, that might be something that your director and superintendent might need to bring to the board for travel, because yes, sir. So at this time, any further discussion, board members? All right, hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Archambault,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries.
Thank you.
We look forward to learning about this more. Thank you
And
for your
I'll
time.
update you with the progress.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
that.
Have a good
And
night.
thank you for hanging out here until
Mr.
8
Lasagna,
o'clock.
We can appoint you as our teacher liaison to the school board meetings. That's a vacancy we're looking for.
Right? All
I
right.
don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We're
Thank
proud
you,
of you.
thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
bring the district there. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Can I do?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night, sir.
Was that your stomach growling?
All right, executive session, discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Number one, for the board to discuss employees' request for a discharge hearing and next steps related to same. Number two, for the board to meet with the superintendent as part of preparing the superintendent's summative evaluation. The superintendent shall share progress on competencies in working toward the goals of the evaluation instrument and process. Consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities, and regarding the Open Meetings Act, no action will be taken and only the items listed will be discussed. Is there a motion to move to executive session as presented?
Repeat what you just said, because we do have an action item that's related to this in the executive session.
Correct. So again, I will state, do you want me to read the entire statement or the no action will be taken?
With the exception of.
But action does not occur until after we come back.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Ready for the vote.
Is there a motion to move to executive session as presented?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to move to executive session as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Archambault,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Bailey,
Mrs. Daly?
I was trying to unmute me. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board has moved to executive session at 8:03. We will take a few minutes to get the executive session meeting for the board members online. I will state that only the items listed were discussed and no action was taken during the executive session. May I please have a motion to reconvene open session as presented?
So moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Jaramillo to reconvene open session as presented. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call, please. Oh, and I must state, forgive me, board members, I'm going to throw this in. We did have Mr. Ortiz join us in executive session. He joined the meeting at 8:05 p.m. and he has been with us from 8:05. So Mrs. Sandoval, if you will please make note of that for attendance.
Yes.
Forgive the interruption, board members. Mrs. Sandoval now, roll call, please.
Dr. Archambault,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. The board reconvened open session at 10:10 p.m. Next on our agenda, we have an action item. And this action item is approval of legal counsel for a discharge hearing. And it will be that Walsh and Gallegos, it will be have Walsh and Gallegos represent the board for the discharge hearing. And that we, the board, will authorize the superintendent in conjunction with legal counsel to seek further legal counsel to represent the superintendent for the discharge hearing. Board members, is there a motion to approve legal counsel for the discharge hearing as stated?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second, please.
What did you say, Ron?
I'll second.
Excellent, sir. It has been moved by Ms. Hunt Daly and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to approve Walsh and Gallegos to represent the board for the discharge hearing, and that the board authorizes the superintendent in conjunction with legal counsel to seek representation for the superintendent for the discharge hearing. Is there any discussion, board members? Hearing none, we shall proceed to a roll call vote. Mrs. Sandoval, please.
Dr. Archambault,
Yes.
Mrs. Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Mr. Jaramillo,
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz,
Yes.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye, the motion carries. Mr. Widener, announcements, sir.
So, lots of things coming up. Tomorrow we have parent-teacher conferences. Students will not be there, but families will be there. On the 13th through the 15th, I believe the majority of us are going to the NMSBA conference in Santa Fe. That's coming up in 2 weeks. President's Day is February 17th. There will not be school that day, but we will have a board meeting on the 18th. So everybody should plan to be there on the 18th. We will have a special executive session board meeting on the 21st. And on the 26th, that's our monthly early release day, early dismissal day for professional development PLCs. And then the NAPAS conference is also listed on there. I'm thinking that we may not attend that. But future agenda item, you want me to move on to future agenda items?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We still want to talk about our discipline handbook. And we want that to be solid, kind of in line with our systems. And so that'll come to the board. We need to do a second read on the Black Education Act. We do want to approve of the RFP that we've been working on. And we will have FFA here at our next meeting for a special presentation.
I had several items that I wanted to remind all of us about. We'll need legislative updates when we return from our conference. We need to get the ball rolling on budget planning and what that process is. The calendar adoption, I know that process is coming up. We do need to revisit at some point strategic plan, because that's something that needs to be looked at for, updating, because we always talk about the strategic plan being a living document as well. At some point, we're gonna need to hear what our audit update is, and then perhaps get a CTE update, because I know CTE is always a big topic, especially coming up in the legislative session as well. So I had those several items to add on there. Board members, anything else for future?
I'm not sure this is a item for the agenda, but I want the administration to provide us the complete budget for this year. That's the one that was, we approved the budget last spring in May. And then there have been probably some revisions to it. So whatever the revisions are, and when I say complete, I don't mean what we've been seeing before, because the board has not seen a complete budget. It means every line item, the original opening budget amount, and then the expenditures to date and what's remaining. So we can see that. That's what we were talking about when we came to the attorney's fees. And there should be the codes alongside of them, so we know which codes that we're talking about. So, for instance, every school has staff, and so we need to see all the staff and by grade. So that doesn't necessarily mean by name, it just means that you have
The position
say
filled.
two first grade positions, and the current enrollment, so we know what the teacher pupil ratio is. That we've never seen, and the board, it's really important for the board to see the whole thing.
Oh, I think that's a good idea.
That way it's a working it's kind of like an educational effort. We're not doing anything with it, we're basically learning what the whole thing looks like. So that when it comes time in May, we'll know.
I think
the whole
one
picture.
of the, I agree, I concur. I think one of the things that we've talked about is perhaps being able to get that as some type of file to share, because we were told that it is hundreds of pages or something when you go
It is.
to that. So I don't know if,
This is.
yeah.
Well, I kind of on the same page as what Guy's thinking is, like Emily was saying, are they certified teachers, are they business teachers, are they just teaching out of, I
A
mean,
staffing report
So-
is a staffing
Yeah.
report is typical in May, I think, right?
So you'll know which funds that these positions come from. For one. That makes sense.
Right.
And,
Joe, I'm gonna have to leave. My laptop's running out of juice.
okay.
Yes, ma'am. I think that was all I additionally had as far as agenda items for future.
And we need to discuss what the budgeting process is and plan.
Yep.
Last year.
I said
made some
that,
requests,
process and plans.
And we'll do that. The expenditure report is basically sort of like a mid-year kind of a thing, so if you look at it that way, it basically kind of fits in how much money we have left, just like she said.
Yep.
And,
6 more months. 5 more months.
The other thing is, it has something to do with, finance, has to do with, data. what I think it's important for us to do is to look at the NAMASA and be able to break out the NAMASA scores, specifically by tribe. Now, if you wish me to, if you want me to have us just have a little conversation at another time, I'll be glad to do that so we can discuss the feasibility of doing that, okay?
Excellent.
So that's all.
Board members, anything else?
Mrs. Hunt, I think
Her battery was dying.
She mentioned something about she'd like to see SAT data.
ACT. She wanted to see
We don't do
ACT.
ACT.
We don't do ACT.
I understand, but she was wanting because Mr. Sanchez
Talked about
said
ACT.
that there were several students that went ahead and did take ACTs.
That's their prerogative.
So 100%. So perhaps you could just compose an email that outlines to her that there are only a handful or however many it is.
I'll respond to her.
I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
All right, board members. Anything further? Last call. All right, Superintendent Widener, do you have a recommendation for us, sir?
I recommend that we adjourn.
Amazing. Is there a motion to adjourn as presented? Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. It has been moved by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Mr. Ortiz to adjourn the meeting as presented. Mrs. Sandoval, roll call, please.
Dr. Archambault?
Yes.
Mr. Padamio?
Yes.
Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye, motion carries. The board is adjourning at 10:20 p.m. And if you'll just note that Ms. Hunt Daly